Bum, 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 ba-dum. Hello, what's up, everybody? Hope you're doing well today. Got a bad hair day going on. Uh-oh. That's not good. Alright, need to summon somebody to get a hat. Need a hat. Here we go. Cool. Yeah, alright, sorry about that. Here we go. So, I'm going to be working on some pens today. So, I've been working on a model that I had done on Fountain Pen Day, which was the first Saturday, maybe of November. I might be wrong on that, but yeah. Anyway, so gonna be working on that. I'm working on a model that we're gonna be calling the Bastion, and the Bastion has been. I did have a previous version of it that was postable and all that jazz, but it ended up being too long, and when people make custom pins, usually the posting is not very deep. So this one will make it a very deep post. I'll show you one of the ones that I've got completed already, but I'm going to be working on some of those, and then I've got some other ones that I'll be kind of weaving in as I go as well. But for the most part, we're going to be over here on this lathe getting the drilling done, and then the trimming down done, and then, you know, time permitting, we'll hop over and work on the wood lathe and get them shaped up and ready to be sanded and polished. Without further ado, though, let's go ahead and make my head frame a little smaller. That way we can't see my bad hair. Hello, hey, how you doing? It has been a little while. How you been? So this carriage, I moved around a little bit when I reconfigured it. Let's get some light on me, I guess. There we go. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, huh? Yes. Boom. Okay. So first things first, I suppose. This design is not bad, just busy. Hey, that's good. That's good. Busy's good. What are you busy doing? Hey, sorry about that, Hillbilly. How you doing today, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh yeah, I don't have my glasses either. What is wrong with me? Missing everything. Forget my head if it wasn't attached. All right. Anyway, this is the Bastion that I've kind of come to love the model of. So the cap is quite a bit longer. The body itself is also quite a bit longer. Overall, it's about 5 inches. And what I really like about this one is that this is basically where it sits inside the pin. And it's a very close fit on the inside. But when you post it, it posts pretty deep. And then the target area for my posting is inside this circle right here. So when I am working on a postable pin, I just want it to be out of the way. A lot of the pins that post are typically probably, you know, back here or somewhere in this area where it only goes maybe a half inch or so. But I want a nice deep post. So it does give it a little bit of a different look, the barrel being so tapered like that though. And it's also nice to write without the cap too. It's just a lot of people want a postable model, and that's the one that I have, I guess, settled on as far as design-wise that I like. And it's actually a variation of another one that I really like that I don't I've shown to some people, but not everybody yet. Yeah, I haven't really shown that other model quite yet, but it is a much smaller version. Let's see. Uh, nice quill pen. Hey, thanks, Tommy. You're a computer tech, busy with work. Oh man, that's rough. That's rough. Yeah. Anyway, that's what I'm going to be working on, trying to get some reps of that. Stat. But yeah, is anybody doing any Christmas type of projects for family and friends, or for gifts and stuff like that? Is anybody doing any of that type of work? Sorry, I'm all tangled up here. So, one of the reasons it's been a little while since I streamed last was because I needed to rearrange my workshop a little bit, and I ended up doing that. So I'll give you a little view right quick with this top cam. So let me switch back over. Thank you. All right. There we go. Now you don't have to look at that messy mop. But yeah, I'll switch over to this top view cam right quick and then just kind of pivot around. So this wall is essentially where I did the majority of the work. And then I'll tell you some of the other things that I scored pretty big on this one. So I saw in the Facebook group somebody nearby had a setup for pin turning, and it was a Turncraft Commander 1018, and this thing is like brand new. You'll see it over here. Let me move that out of the way so when I pivot the cam, you'll be able to see it. So I bought the lathe, and I also bought. It came with a ton of kits and stuff like that too. So yeah, let me switch this right here. You got 2 serving trays, right on. Hillbilly working on leather journals. Nice. Good deal. Good deal. All right, so that's pretty much all normal over here. That's the normal workbench. And then over here, where you can't really see because the monitor's in the way, I modified my Grizzly grinder because I ended up getting a steel sharpening setup, and I am terrible at grinding, so gonna need to log some reps with that. But I do have the setup for the bench grinder. I had to take the covers off in order to make it work, and then I had to navigate the heater. Also, this box down there, the Husky box there, you can kind of see a little Husky there in the corner. But got that. That was a part of the purchase that I made. And then I've got my wood set up, my small bandsaw for all the blanks, my big bandsaw, and then over there, there's the other blanks and stuff that we have that we work with. But here's the lathe itself. So this is a lathe that I bought along with a bunch of kits, a bunch of other tools, and then that bench over there. So pretty awesome. So I guess I'll tell you how much it cost. I paid $750 for the lot, and it was so. In my mind, that's a really good deal. But yeah, it was $750 for the whole thing. Went over, picked it up. It was a good short drive as well. So that was pretty awesome. I was excited for that. Also, this Turncrafter is the second one of the exact same, just a newer version of it. So I'd say it's a pretty good lathe. It's got a variable speed on it. That was one of the important things as well. We certainly do like variable speed. But yes, let me pivot this up just a little bit. And we're back at it. Cool. Anyway, that's kind of it. So the husky thing, the lathe, which it doesn't really look, it looks brand new. It looks better than that one did out of the box, actually. Because some of the pieces on the end where you change the belt on the top side of the pulley system, it didn't have some of the pieces that are supposed to be with it. When we got it, we tried to do the warranty thing, and that didn't work out. It's the way it goes, I guess. Sometimes warranties aren't everything, huh? But I guess the more you know, huh? Let's see. Remind you got a couple charcuterie board inlays. Right on. Sounds like you got some good work in front of you. Yeah. The retail on that lathe, by the way, is like $550-ish, $570, something like that. Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. I was excited. Anyway, moving on. Because that's the other thing, is it wasn't even really for me. Because I'm going to continue using my jet. So that was for Abby, and then also I was looking for a lathe for my dad. So, there. Merry Christmas, I suppose. Let's see. Some of the ones that we're going to be working on are these and these. So we've got these here. These are already chopped up for what I need them to be. And then these are the other ones that are already in various stages of completion. We're going to bring them all to completion. So, and then obviously the one that I showed you before. And that little work storage container, the Husky storage container, is going to be for kits. Because I think that I might end up starting to do some more kits here and there. That way it could be something that I can, I guess, kind of share different things about. Thoughts, opinions, how it goes. Being able to try different finishes, because I don't normally turn wood. But ever since I picked up the SOOO not too long ago, I've really been enjoying messing around with it, and so that's why I ended up getting a grinder for it. Yeah. Okay, so that's that. Here's that. Yeah, it's good to hear people are doing it for a good variety of stuff. That's cool. No, it can turning can certainly get to be one of those things if you don't have, you know, some ideas of what you want to be doing or a purpose for some things. It becomes challenging, I suppose. Or if you have too many ideas, then you just like paralyze yourself with all the different things, which is, I guess, more the side that I'm on. Tons of ideas and there's this, there's that. Is that all I need right now? Yes. But yeah, I've been carving out pencils. And I've tried beeswax. I tried a beeswax finish, but all of these, they're all the same. I'm pretty sure that this is a spalted maple. It's pretty neat. But yeah, I can't really do a whole lot when anybody else is in here. Let's see, so the size that I need is not that. Because this is done a little differently, and so I can get such a steep taper on my on the very end, I have to use 2 sets of drill bits. There's that one. And then the other one was right there. There we go. This is also why it's nice to have one that you've already made. So you can test fit, make sure that the ones that you have configured you can try out. Hey, what's up? Bone Crusher. Hey, did you change your name? Or are you on a different account? You don't need that. That can go there. This. I can't use that one. It would go too deep. I have stop collars on ones that are quite static and set, but not all of them have that. Yes. So this is indeed what I'm looking for. Different account. Heck yeah. Hear ya. I also realized something that you'll see a little bit later as far as sequencing goes. I had a good sequence of how I was turning these, and then I made a mandrel for it too. But I think I'm just going to use that mandrel as just a finishing mandrel instead of the turning mandrel. And I tried it yesterday already, and I know that it will work how I want it to. So that is really nice. I love it when I find things that make it so I could be consistent with minimal. Once you set it, you don't really have to think about it as much. So kind of set it and forget it, I guess. That's for the sections. This is for that. Where is my long bit? Now, I should probably get a longer 1/4 inch bit, but this one is just going to go not even an inch. And it's just to create that little bit of space at the end for the converter twist mechanism. Yeah. This is another one of those things I find to be a little simpler. This is a plug cutter that it gives me the start that I want for the diameter that I'm going to end up using when I thread the outside of it. And what I've learned over doing it many times is this thing likes to heat up a lot, so you really only want to do a little bit with it. You don't want to keep it on the material very long. And for this one, I need the barrel to be able to go inside the cap. So that's a part of why I have turned it so far back like that. A little non-standard, but it does make it easier to get the initial guide point. If you didn't know that already. Okay. Yes. I kind of feel like I'm not doing much for Christmas. Like I was considering taking the lathe to the mountains because we're gonna go to the mountains on Wednesday, and I wanted to bring the lathe, but it's gonna be in the teens out there. And that is not a good temperature for being outside unless you're moving. And I don't think of turning as very much moving. And so I'm going to leave this alone for now. But the barrel is essentially complete up into where I'm going to do the final shaping of it. And then the cap that I've got right now will fit. Now to do that a couple, 2, 3 more times. Anybody participating in any craft shows or craft fairs for the holiday season? It's a pretty popular thing now. If you were paying attention, I did the opposite sequence for this part. I threaded the inside after I did the outside, which I prefer it this way than the other way. It's weird. Get the compressor. Alrighty. There we go. There we go. You need a little hanger hook for this. That'll work. And then for the internal support that I usually do here, it's just a little piece like that. Boom, boom. Get some airflow in here. Yo. Oh, Hillbilly, I don't know if you're still there, man, but you had mentioned that you wanted to do a little multi-stream in action. A good way to do that would be sending an email to set that kind of thing up, man. Because we do actually have a I don't even know what it's called, but we're going to be on a live with some people later on today. Man, come to think of it, it was a pretty busy time this whole past couple weeks. My back hurts from moving all that stuff around, rearranging everything in the garage, and make me feel old. Nope. How about did it again? particular sequence of this one doesn't really matter, but I like it this way. Do I ever use StreamYard? I have not, but I think that we're going to be using that this evening. So 6 p.m. Eastern time is when Abby and I are going to be on the person's live. I don't know who's live. Let's see. But it will be for the other thing that we do, the diamond painting pens. See if Abby wants to type it in there. But yeah, we don't really use StreamYard. I mean, it's not that we're opposed to it. We just haven't done any sort of thing like that before. So. And if you have the Heinz tool, by the way, for that particular thing, you learn into shuffle dance. That's awesome. You must be getting really good, man. Been practicing for a while? But yeah, this past couple weeks, I suppose, there's been a lot of appointments and everything as it gets closer to the end of the year and all that stuff. You know, the whole life thing outside of turning. Here we go. You're 3D printing a lot of your presents? Right on. Oh, it's Lee Lenore. Nice. There we go. Okay, yeah. So Lee and Lenore, L&L Diamond Painting. Wait. Wait. Today's... Oh. I thought it was Wednesday. Oh, man. That's weird. That's a little weird. My bad. It's not Wednesday. What kind of presents are you printing, man? Are they festive presents, or are they things that help people like organize? Like, we made a lot of these kinds of trays when we got our printer. We made a lot of these trays. I think the initial file was, you know, significantly smaller. Oh, you can't even see it. But this one's 9 inches and this one's 6 inches or so. I think it's 6 inches. And then I've got some other ones too that we're trying out. Let's see. Oh, these. Tilt the game. Hey, that's cool. That's cool, man. That'll be fun. I made oh man. So I made one of those like cylinders that slide. It's kind of like a maze. So you just kind of have to follow the pattern or whatever it is as you pull it apart. And yeah, I put money into it. And I took it over for the 4th of July. And it was a good time. They had fun. A bunch of people that have had you know, a good deal of you seen that game online? Yeah. But yeah, the little cylindrical, when they actually got the first one open, there was another one. And oh man, so funny. Probably could have even leveled it up some more and had some races if I made a couple of them. You know, nice level playing field. Everybody could be, you know, racing to get to the end there and stuff like that. But the maze, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like a cylinder that has like the, oh, sorry, it has like the maze all around the outside of it, or on the, I guess the inner, and then the other side just has like two little guide nubs on the inside that you have to, you know, kind of find your way in order to close it back up and open it for that matter. But Hillbilly, do you sell your designs, man? All right, have a good one, man. I'll see you around. Don't work too hard setting up those printers and everything. And definitely be careful when you're doing that shuffle, man. Anyway, I think that would make a pretty fun gift if you had a 3D printer and you were like giving, I don't know, a check or money or anything like that, that you could fold up and put inside of the little maze container. It just kind of makes it fun. I don't know about y'all, but when I was growing up, if I was being gifted money, my my family would sometimes be a little obnoxious about it, and they would use like single-dollar bills to wrap up, you know, something that was inside, whether it was like, you know, a pass to an experience or which that's what we're going to be doing for our kids, is a pass for an experience. One of my favorite things, really. We can give them all the stuffed animals and different things like that, but man, we've really kind of changed our perception of that type of thing, where it's like an experience, you know, end up lasting so much longer than it's not even just an item, but when they get stuffed animals and stuff, it's like, what are you going to do with that now? You got so many of them. But yeah. And we're going to be going to like an exotic kind of petting zoo, which will be cool. I'm really looking forward to that. But we love animals at our house, so definitely have a soft spot for all kinds of animals. But we still eat meat. We just are okay with knowing where it comes from and all that stuff. I think that's one of the, I guess, parenting wise, Abby and I have been pretty consistent on things that we think are important to part and share with that type of thing, and then giving them a little bit of autonomy for them to decide if they want to do that or not. Not eat meat, that is. But they're good with it. So the other thing that this thing does, if you're interested, is it falls out of your hand, and then you lose it. But what it does is it gives this internal rigidity for when I'm threading the outside of it, and then it also goes past it, and so it also holds it together while I'm working on it. So it kind of distributes the torque load of doing the different, well, turning for one, and also using the die on it. So one of the problems with some of these glitter ones, by the way, is this will probably not cut very nicely. So this might end up being one that I'll have to go back and do a little modifying on, or trim it back, drill it a little deeper, something like that. But let's hope that it doesn't go that way. Let's see. And then the other thing I do is, I don't know if anybody else does it this way, but you've noticed how I let it spin and then I'll grab it and then let it ride a little bit in. And that's so it like jolt cuts. So if you, in some cases, if you try to do it nice and slow, it just kind of slowly grinds, where this is kind of a quick cut, and it makes it, in my mind at least, it makes it so it just kind of quickly moves to where it needs to. And I think that that actually makes a difference, but I'm not positive. That's not bad. That didn't come out like I thought it might. Okay, that's the cap to that one. That's the cap to this upcoming one. And that's also why I'm choosing to go for this upper part here instead of this bottom part down here. Hey Mohan, what's up, dude? How you been, man? Good to see you, man. Mohan is a pin maker that I've spent good amount of time talking to. Yeah, you may, if you've been here for a little while, he's an engineer as well. So he's got some smarts to him, that's for sure. A smarter fellow than I. Busy with shows? Hey man, that's good stuff. I hope they're all going well for you, man. But yeah, very smart. Very talented too. Very talented. He does some better work than I do. That's not saying a whole lot, but I do try hard. Mohan just does a really good job. He's got that engineering brain. There's a saying that goes something along the lines of, if you're not going to be smart, you got to be strong. That might be a military thing, but I think I kind of teeter between the two. Getting ready for the Singapore show. Right on, man. How many pins are you going to be taking there? One of these days I'll make... Absolutely. You deserve it. You do good work. You do very interesting work that is, you know, even more artistic, I would say, in some areas. That's for sure. Singapore. That's cool. About 50? That's good. That's good. You don't want to go there with 1,000 pins, man. People are going to be like, why do you have 1,000 pins? Aren't you just one maker? I think 50 is a good number, though. Hopefully you'll sell out. That'd be good. Mostly wood. Good deal. What do you put on the... What do you do to sleeve the wood, do you use ebonite? Or do you use resin? Or I guess Delrin too. Delrin's pretty nice. Although it doesn't... I haven't had good luck with Delrin when I was trying to make a mandrel with it. Yeah, I didn't have a good time when I was using Delrin to make a mandrel out of it. Nope, about to do it again. Nico ebonite. Yeah, that's what I like too. I like Nico ebonite. I'm pretty sure this. Pretty sure that this. I've got a piece down here. I'm pretty sure it's not a Nico ebonite. It is. I don't know. What's the ebonite rods that come from India? I think that's the other place that's pretty commonly available or widely available, I suppose. Like this looks really, really neat, you know. But I have not enjoyed using it. SEM. All right. But I suppose rubber is rubber. I have so many ebonite pins that are ready to be shaped. Oh my goodness. Like I prepped a whole bunch of them for my wood pin project that I was going to do. But now they're going to have a different purpose. All right. This isn't all of them, but this is some of them. Yeah. So these are all threaded and just ready to be shaped. So I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with these, but I've got them. Abby's got some ideas that she might want to use those as a canvas to try out some different techniques. But yeah, it'd be a good time. Let's see. Is there one in here? Yeah, there's one here. We've shown these at a show before, but this is kind of the thing that she has done with it. She's got some pretty sweet color shift on it. But this one's a tester one. What is my business name? Maverick Pins. Mohan, do you find that the Indian ebonite turns any different than the Nico? I don't remember. I haven't turned enough, really, of either of them to notice a drastic difference between them as far as turnability. However, I do think that the sulfur content of them is a little different. But yeah, it's Maverick Pens is where we do where I sell the fountain pens, or where Abby sells them. I don't sell them. Oh, what is Mohan's business name? And Mohan, you want to type it in there, man? Go for it. It's weird at times, powdery and sometimes flaky. Okay. Maybe white spots in the black ebonite. Yeah, that's kind of a no-go, I'd say. I haven't had that with Nico, but to be fair, I haven't had that with the other one either. But I don't think Mohan actually has he hasn't been to the US for any of the shows yet. And then I guess Mohan, this is James from A Bone Crusher. Yes. I am not a guru, man. You're a guru. I just made, you know, I guess more mistakes. Isn't that what innovation kind of is? Who can make the most mistakes the fastest? And so you might be able to see it if you look close enough. When I pull this back, you can kind of see it twisting the blank just a little bit. You don't really want that. So that's why I actually get it spinning and then I just grab it. And that kind of makes it pop out faster to where, I don't know, if you've chopped boards or it's like you got to fully commit to the thing. And if you don't, it's going to be worse of an outcome. So I guess if you're chopping a board, it's not going to hurt as bad if the board actually breaks as it would if it didn't break. And same here. It doesn't hurt me one way or the other, but it's one of those things where you just kind of fully have to commit to it. Because if you kind of tiptoe around it, I might punish you for it. Yeah, as long as we learn from our mistakes. I'm not going to lie. I've made some mistakes. I've made some mistakes multiple times, unfortunately. And it's as I'm kind of getting my gears going, you know. You know, that's one of the probably the most challenging thing of making pens without, or making anything without like a strict recipe or a plan, because recipes or plans don't factor in the human aspect of it to where, you know, I turn it at this RPM when I do that, or when I sand, I apply, 10 pounds of pressure or whatever it is when you're sanding out some things. So some things you can't really like write a specific kind of way to do that, but we do our best. But let's see. My mom is here. I don't know why she hasn't come out, so I can go give her a fresh high five. Ooh. Um, did I already do that? No. And then I'd say the other thing about some mistakes is like, it is kind of weird because you can do something one way and then somebody else can like perform the same thing and do it just a slightly different, but it all looks the same. And you're just like, what in the world? How did you do that differently? Or, something along those lines, I guess. But you know what, Mohan? I think I'm not a guru, man, but I do think that I could have been the last straw for you to actually attend shows. But either way, I appreciate it. All right. Whoa. All right, can y'all see that? That's so cool. All right, so this is a pen. It has. It's really neat. I'd be afraid to use it. That's awesome. What a wonderful art piece. I didn't know you were a painter as well, Mohan. That's a really cool pen. Did you want to do a little chat about it? I'm assuming it's a Jowo number 6. And then it's got a Schmidt style international converter and made up or painted on top of ebonite, if I had to guess. Learning the art. Right on. What country, I'm not super savvy at history, but there was a country that they have, it was like a shortage of wood, and for the artists, they were using like little cutoffs of it, but they would turn so many different little pieces of this artwork. They looked like small spindles, and because they were from scraps of all kinds of things, but they would just cut little things out of them, designs, and then end up stacking them all together and stuff. It's wood? What? That's awesome. Does wood receive paint better than ebonite does? Really cool, man. That's a whole nother rabbit hole, you know, you could be going down entirely, so that's really cool. Have you seen the people that do the eggshells on I think that's a Japanese art sort of thing. I'm not positive on that. But they do like eggshells. These tiny little cracked eggshells all over, and then it's kind of spaced out. Wood's more porous. Yeah, it might give the paint something better to hold on to, huh? I didn't do this one yet, did I? Hmm. I need to crank up that pressure. It's not wanting to come out. They're all made of colored stones. What? Dang, Mohan, you're making everybody look bad. But one of these days, you'll have to come to the DC show. You'll have to come to the DC show. Is that on your calendar for next year? Oh. Huh. That's very cool. To fill the gaps and everything. We don't talk about politics, we talk about pins. All politics are written with pens. Yes, sir. Yes, they are. It's kind of an interesting thing. If you had a public figure that was not aligned with whatever it was that you were aligned with, I suppose, and they wanted you to make them a pin, would you do it? Any political figure, well, even a sports team. That's where we'll go. We'll go with a sports team. That way we can keep it a little less you know. But yeah, a sports team. So you have like the quarterback of whoever, whatever team that you really hate, or a team that you're like, no, I don't like that team, whatever. Would you make a pin for them to sign their new contract or whatever for, or with? Because in some ways, you'd be like, well, that gives me that exposure type of thing, but on the other hand, and believe me, I've thought about it. I've thought about having a little bit about that in there, because I think everybody's got thoughts on it, but I just can't do it. So it's on purpose. Want to try that with our celebrities? Yeah, there you go. Well, I don't know. Every celebrity seems to have an opinion now too that people regard as, oh my gosh, wow. I don't know. But either way. I'd rather talk about patents, if anything. These snowflakes, man, might be... Alright, that worked out. Not that one. Alright, see if we can pop that little guy out. See if I can turn that away once, see the other. When I get to turning the actual body of it. Let's see. There we go. That might work. These little screws on the back set here are starting to grab my little guide. There we go. I don't even need that anymore. Sweet. All right. Let me go say hey to my mom right quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll be right back. Hey, I appreciate it. I have to let her know. She's been doing it for a little while, so hopefully she's acquired some skill. Although Yeah. I guess that'll be something that I can talk about when I come back, because that's a whole conversation right there. But yeah, I'll be right back. Give me just a moment, and I'll be back. Okay. Sorry about that, man. Family, you know, around Thanksgiving time, we're gonna be up in the mountains, so it is what it is. If you stayed, thanks. I appreciate you. If you didn't, that's all right. I understand. It was a little bit longer of an intermission than I anticipated. Mm. But yeah, we're gonna be going to the mountains this weekend. We're leaving tomorrow. I was thinking about taking the lathe and leaving it up there, but you know, I'm kind of torn. I think I want to give it to my dad instead. That way you can log some mileage on it. It'd be more fun that way. Coffee was good yesterday. It's the same. It's the bottom of the barrel, so to speak. Let's see. But yeah, we're gonna keep going here, working on the barrels. Hear that bad? It's a little bad. That's all right. That's all right. Suppose it's not a. Um, like I saw somebody that was talking about I'm not going to discount my art just because it's a certain time of the year. And on one hand, I'm like, you know what? That's great. Don't do that. You don't need to. But on the other hand, it's in my mind. I guess I had a different thought about it. Is that I actually posted, by the way, and they responded. But I don't view it like that. I view it more of like giving some of your people, some of the people that follow you, an opportunity to buy something that maybe they were thinking about for a little while. And I don't do this. I'm not trying to sell you anything right now at all. It's not what I'm getting at. It's more of a, I guess, a train of thought type of thing. Is I think that a lot of good things start with good intentions. It's just over time, I think the intention gets manipulated so much so that, well, not manipulated. I guess abused is more what it actually is. It gets kind of abused, which I find very unfortunate. Um, but yeah, I mean, the whole Black Friday and oh, oh, was it on? Did it cut out? Did I just talk that whole thing to myself? That's pretty standard, I guess. Why? I think I do that. Sorry about that. I think the mic died. That's awkward. But yeah, what can I do? What can I do as far as something crafty, like a travel kit kind of thing? So I'll be up in the mountains. There'll be no shortage of, well, green wood, but I won't have a lathe there. And I thought about looking at like Craigslist there to maybe buy one that I can leave there. But I'll also say that keep an eye out if you are in the market for buying a lathe. Keep an eye out because on Facebook groups or like Facebook Marketplace in your area type of thing, That's where I found the turn crafter that I ended up buying, and that was a heck of a deal. The person had only turned like maybe like not even 10 things on it. That's what he said, and then I think that's what he said. He hit his knuckle or something and thought he broke his hand, and then he decided that wasn't for him. So he was just trying to get rid of it. And I'll say, man, it's a really good deal. There's a turning tool in there that I haven't come across yet, too, or either, and it's a carbide tipped that you can swap the tips, just the tips, which is a little weird. The shape of the bottom of it is also a little weird. But I haven't used it yet, so that was going to be what I was going to do, but I don't know. We'll see what kind of space. I might still do it. But if you've ever heard of... Oh, I guess... Totally different thought. My bad. There we go. See, this one doesn't have any inclusions, so that should be nicer. Yeah, I think I'll use all those kits as an opportunity to turn some kits, maybe make some videos. Oop, not that. This. I don't know. Okay. Alrighty, now time to move to the cap. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Hello, good afternoon. How you doing today? Do I like that one? There we go. How you doing? Got any Christmas projects you're working on or anything like that? No, that's fun. Hopefully it wasn't too loud. Yes, indeed. It's tapping some threads. Now, this was going to be a little interesting because, I mean, you saw how deep it went. So it went all the way to here. I don't intend on using all of those threads. But, yeah. I need to use them for turning. So I kind of changed up one of the ways I am doing this because I think that the sequence will be better. Oh, blank. Oh no, this isn't an old one. He was here. I think he puts it on in the background, which is all right by me. You got any big plans for Thanksgiving? Getting together with family or anything like that? Sorry. Sometimes these drill bits just like to squeal a little bit. Tells me I need to stop advancing. Oh, cool. Working on a couple commissions. Cool. Oh, yeah? Oh, man. Sometimes works like that, huh? Ooh. That'd be a good little drive, huh? But the design of pen that I am currently working on looks like this. It's a new, well, new variation of a pen that I had done in the past. So it overcaps and then seats, and it's about 5 inches long, and it ends up being like close to a full-size pen because you're limited on the space that you have to have for the section, the nib, so the nib, the section, and then enough room for the converter. So those are kind of your parameters that you're really building around, but a good deep posting as well. So it goes all the way down there, and it sits in this little area of your hand. So there's somebody that has had a commission for that I was working on the actual design when and I told her I was still working on the initial design, but it wasn't actually set up for a full size. It was actually set up initially for a Joe number 5 with a small converter. So it'll be fun. We'll do a release of these bad boys when that happens, when I finally get enough of them done, which hopefully will be sooner than later. Because I got like 3 or 4 iterations of this one, and these are the, I guess the set that I am working on right now is implementing an existing parameters. Release. There we go. Oh, almost. Tell your dog I'm sorry for all the squeaks. What kind of dog do you have? We have 2 dogs. We have a German short-haired pointer and a Weimaraner. The blank should have been a little longer, but that won't be a problem. Oh no! Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You got to deal, with the complete re-roofing. Oh, that's a bummer. I hate that for you. Oh, I suppose I could show my little holiday pin. There's my little holiday pin there. It's on a kit, so it's a twist kit. And then it didn't go anywhere because I never tried to close that. Hindsight, I didn't actually need it to go all the way through, but is what it is at this point. But fun little thing. That's what's that? That's curly maple and African black that I put together there. Dang. Yeah, Weimaraners are cool. I'd say the quirkiest dog I've ever had, though, was my pointer, our German Shorthair Pointer, or GSP. That one is such a quirky dog. He's such a goober. But the Weimaraner, she's our alarm dog. She's our alarm dog. Oh goodness. Poor schnauzers. Poor schnauzers. If we did add another dog to our collection, or to our family, we love dogs. We'll probably always have dogs. But I would love to have an Italian Greyhound. Little Italian Greyhound. And I'm going to end up getting one of those little pouches, little kangaroo pouch that I can have on the front. And oh, the schnauzers are fine. That's good. I don't want to disturb them too much. Are you going to be, well, let me back up. Are you a avid collector of inks as well? And if so, are you getting the Advent calendar for that? Abby had already ordered those, so she's really excited about getting those started. But I remember last year, some people for the ink calendars, they were like, no spoilers, and people in other countries hopping on to the social media and seeing people have already, opened up that day of the ink and stuff. So kind of funny, but I guess it is a little bit of a spoiler. But then again, there's other people that are, like, great, I get to see it and see if it's one of those things that I want to actually get. That way I have a collection of all those inks from, whatever year, or this year, 2025, from that series. It's fun. It's fun. Last year, Abby got me it was a whiskey sampler of all different kinds of whiskeys. And I didn't make it to the end because, man, it's just a lot. That's just a lot. Shingles are cracking the whole roof. Oh my goodness. You did get a diamond? Right on. Oh, you've already swatched it? Oh no. Well, oh yeah. Have you shared it? I haven't. I don't know. I don't know if I've seen it yet, but Abby's are still in the box. She has not done anything with it yet. We got a JT and a Dixie. Right now? Oh man. The roof was only 8 years old. That's supposed to be at least 15, right? Oh, okay, not now. I mean, sometimes if you want to drink all day, you got to start real early, And to each their own. I'll probably do some of that later on this week, but oh, that's fantastic. I mean, as they should, but on the other hand, that's kind of nice because it kind of resets that whole thing, and you already got a good 8 years out of it. So I'd say that's a good Christmas present, even though it's probably really inconvenient to have to you know, deal with that right now. But long term kind of thing, that's kind of nice. But I'd be pretty annoyed about that, that's for sure. Yeah. Was it like a 10-year warranty or something like that? Yeah. How did you come across the cracks? Were there like leaks or something that made you investigate further? Or? Get this over there. Didn't know they had bad batches of lots of shingles. I didn't either. But then again, I didn't even think about the JOO nib housing from I guess a couple years ago now. But yeah, there was the cracked housing issue that people were having with maker pins, which was really unfortunate because the makers, they don't necessarily they're not cracked when they go out, because most makers, at least that I know of, they do a pretty thorough inspection before sending stuff out to people. Yeah, I'm not sure about the shingles, but I can talk a little bit about the JOO. Yovo. But yeah, the JOO number 6, they were having issues with some of them. It wasn't all of them, and because the makers, they get them from most of them get them from the same person, and that person gets them from Germany. Find nib you got on this strat, you got is perfect. Awesome. I love to hear that. I'm glad. Those are very interesting to make. Those are good. Those are good fun to make. I still have pieces of the very first one I ever made too, and it was crazy because initially I wasn't intending on doing a whole bunch of them, and I still don't, because they are a great deal of work goes into them. And somebody was like, I want that. How much is it? And I was like, oh my goodness. So I did actually, when we finally determined that that's what we were going to do, I messaged the person, or had Abby message the person and say, hey, we've got all these other things that we have for the whole, I guess, package deal of the stratified that we do. And I messaged him because we didn't have any of that stuff actually set up initially, which is kind of cool. But we reached out and was like, hey, we've got these things that go along with it. would you like for us to send it to you? And we assumed that they were going to say yeah, which is absolutely fine. That's why we asked. But we didn't just want it to show up and be like, what the heck is this? Blue Oporex? Oh man, that's a beautiful material. Very it is a very cool material. It can be a little challenging to work with, and it also is when you're working on it, the dust is, well, we probably don't care, but the dust is also something that you need to be mindful of because you don't really want to breathe that in. Wow. The koozie and the cloth, yeah. The koozie and the cloth. I didn't even have finials on the other one at the time either. When I first did it and showed it, I didn't have finials on it, and so that was another thing that we wanted to have on there. So yeah, and then we got samples of all the different colors of finial that we had, or that we wanted to try out. And the one that we liked the most, that was most, I guess, universal, was pewter. But people have asked for other ones in the past, and since we got a sample, or I say a sample, but we wanted to try out different materials of the coin, or the finial. Yeah, I appreciate that. That's actually one of the first times that I also made finials. So there's a lot of firsts that go along with that pin, and it's fun because I think each of them, I think of each of them as kind of a story for each layer of resin that goes along with it. Abby could probably actually name all the different ones too, which BC. BC. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who BC is. But yeah, I like our finials. I like that. I gotta give a shout out to Abby here, but she did that logo as well. She made the logo for Maverick pens, which is pretty cool. I think I really like it. Oh yeah, Bone Crusher. My bad. Um, I'll be honest. I don't really look on social media very much. Um, yeah, I don't. I don't spend a lot of hardly any time on social media. Let's see. Good. Sorry, getting organized back up, y'all. That's for that. These are in need of sections. Let's see. We'll do the section on this side. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Brian? How you doing, man? Oh, I already marked that one. Oh, oh my goodness. John, you got your work pieces in front of you. Okay. Sorry, my brain and we had a little disconnect there. Well, what's up, Ryan? You mainly look at Instagram and it gets you in trouble. I hear ya. I hear ya. Vinny! Hey, what's up, buddy? How y'all been? Brian, Vinny. Good to see you folks here. Alright, let me get my... Oh, there we go. 7... Nope, that's just another 7. I want a 9:30 seconds. There we go. Working the shop a bit, right on. Oh man, you got the CNC fired up. That's good. But yeah. Yeah, these are some fellow craftsmen. What are you working on the CNC, Brian? Just Tim Cullen. I do know Tim Cullen, yeah. Well, I know of. I know of. I would say I know him. But yes. Why do you ask? Sorry, that sounded a little intense. I don't mean it that way. Why do you ask? Some bead bushings, huh? Oh yeah. I've been meaning to send those other bushings that I would need over to you. But man, it is busy times. So in order for us to create some space, we got to like double batch some things and make it so we actually have a little bit. Reached out to him to find out the process of getting a pen, and he told me 2 years wait. Nice. That must mean that he's doing really well, or he's really slow. I don't know him well enough to determine which one. But yeah, that's awesome. Well, not. I suppose that's not awesome for you, but awesome for him and his pen making business. There's some very long wait lists for some makers. The beautiful unclaimed one. It's working on, you could claim. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's how I know him. That's how I know him. From making the nibs. That's a whole nother art form in and of itself. That I don't know. I haven't quite pursued that rabbit hole. I like all the different types of designs of pens. So I guess that's, you know, I think every maker kind of has an emphasis on like particular direction that they're, I guess, moving towards. At least artisan pen makers. I do think that there are quite a few makers out there that just like the idea of making pens, and then they get into it, and they do it for a little bit, and then they kind of see that it is, you know, it's a good deal of work when it comes down to it. And some people, their solution is a CNC, but what I'm doing right now really could be done on a CNC, but it wouldn't be the same for me. But to each their own, I know. I suppose. I mean, but raw palladium, huh? I wonder how those write. Have you gone to many pen shows where you see it, Tim? I think he goes to pen shows, so that might be a easier way to get one from him. He makes some nice stuff. Yeah, yeah. You're making me think I gotta go look at him now. Let's see. All right, Tim, what you got going on today? Oh, that's right, hooligan. I guess that's one of those things. we know each other different ways, I suppose. But yeah, that's really cool. He does some really good stuff. But yeah, watching him do some of that work, the work that he does on his pens, you know, when I first saw that, it kind of solidified for me that I didn't really want to pursue that avenue, at least at the time. But you know, once you develop, I guess, more skill in certain areas, then kind of thirsting for some additional knowledge and other experiences to pursue. Hey, Mom.
Hey, I love you, and I'm leaving.
I love you too. Have a good day. Have a good Thanksgiving. Drive safe. But yeah. Let's see. So, everything is handmade except the feed. Yeah. So I mean, I think for Tim, he's probably more handmade than most other makers, if we're if we're looking at it like that, because I don't make the feed either. But it's not for lack of trying. I've been trying to find ebonite feeds for a bit. You haven't seen them at pin shows? Okay. It's just an example of how he gets you in trouble on IG. I hear you. Yeah, he might be one of the few that make some by hand. I mean, I've never written with one, so I would assume that they write well. If you know, if he's still slinging them, you know. They gotta at least work. But I'm not surprised there's a long wait list of them, because it is a lot of. I mean, some of those reels that he's put together of him doing a little bit of engraving, the molding, folding, all that stuff, the slitting, and all those things just take a long time, and you can mess it up, and then you got to start from square one again. But yeah, I think some people, they don't actually think about it necessarily like that, because, well, I guess the effort. I think that some people don't really think about it like that, the time that goes into it, because there's a good chance that the effort that he puts in isn't necessarily reflective of the amount that he charges for it. If I had to guess, I don't know how much they cost, but on the other hand, it's, you know, the time and knowledge and exclusivity aspect of it. And, we did order a shoot. We got a glass nib from. Was it a Kakamori? I think it was a Kakamori glass nib that we had gotten, because they just released those. So we wanted to try that out and see how it worked. Let's see. You got lucky. The single is sent by the product. We were told to expect a fight. Oh no. Ooh. That's crazy. Well, glad it didn't end up being that way, and they came and made it right. Look at that. See? Saving money. So Brian, you're saying that you turned your CNC on just to make sure that it worked, or were you working on something specific? Missed out on the royal drop Monday? Oh. Kind of testing out the waters on some things to see, because Abby makes all the blanks that we use pretty much, and we're trying to determine what type of blanks do people like to see, what type of pens do people like to see, and yeah, I guess those things kind of combine. But I do appreciate you looking nonetheless. It was a very interesting one. Sorry. Let's see. What Abby's up to? But yeah, that was our first one. Our first like drop, kind of like that, for fountain pens. Drilling out some bead bushings. I don't know what bead bushings look like. Oh, I got a heck of a deal on lathe, a full lathe turning setup and everything. This last week, I guess. So I got pretty much a brand new turn crafter that's a few years old, I guess, but they only turned like 10 things on it, and then tons of pen and bottle opener, bottle stopper kits that came with it, turning tools, and everything's in pretty good condition. Also a Husky storage container. And my dad's been looking for a lathe, so ended up being a really good opportunity. Yes. Oh, okay. Let's take a look. Oh, interesting. So is that for people to make beads? Are they cupped on the other side? On the little, yeah, I guess on the other side. Vinny, yeah, it was a good score. It was, it cost about $750. No, it was $750 for that setup. And that would have been like a starter's dream. Seriously. It had it came with turning tools. It had carbide. It had small steel turning tools with it, and lots of kits. Like the kits alone, I'm pretty sure were in the ballpark of a good 300, as far as if you're buying them retail. But he was just trying to get rid of it, and it's a pretty specific thing. But yeah, it looks pretty darn. The 60-degree center drill on the small side or the big side. That one was for Brian. Mm-hmm. And then are they flat on the other side? And then, have you seen other people making these types of pins on a stream before? I wonder. Don't worry about that little guy, Brian. Turn away. Okay. Well, we're looking pretty good. Cruising right along. All these pieces are drilled and shaped out here. You've seen Din's pins? I don't remember where he's from, but he is from somewhere else. He was on the Santa swap thing. Alrighty, so this is the other, I guess the standard. Yeah, fountain pen, I guess, turning on stream. I think a lot of people like to keep this close. Pretty good look at blanks. Hey, I appreciate it. Let's see. I could start shaping these now. But it does get a little loud, I think. Not too loud, but yeah, I have seen Chad do it. What was that movie? Oh, Charlie's Angels. Every time I hear Chad, I think about Tom Green from Charlie's Angels. I think that was in the movie. I think it was Demi Moore's, not Demi Moore, Drew Barrymore's boyfriend, and his name was Chad. And she is like consoling him because he's a little insecure, and she's like, "The Chad is great," and so I always think about that. Oh, the Chad is great. But yeah, he's good people. He's good people. Yeah. I don't know. It's probably a stretch for anybody to remember that, but remember that particular thing. Charlie's Angels wasn't exactly a one of those box office blowouts, you know. But I do like cheesy movies, I suppose. I watched The Karate Kid with my kids recently, and then it really solidified that I want to go to Japan even more. I'd love to go to Japan. I gotta find someone that'll go with me, though. Because I gotta test the waters and see what it's like before I, pack up the whole fam and try to go. Vinny, you interested? Brian? Oh, you think they dated? I don't know if they did in real life. I don't know. Maybe one of these days I'll just go myself. Yeah, Tom Green. Oh, I guess a little bit of a shameless plug here. This evening, Abby and I will be on a stream, on a live stream. Let's see. Come on. Oh, shoot. Well, that's not very long, is it? Jeez Louise. Okay. Why? Why do you look like that? There we go. Huh. Done. Save. Sorry, I'm doing a little. There we go. So we're on Maverick Workshop. However, I'm the turner for the other one as well that we do here. This is what Abby and I will be in a little later. So if you were, I guess, interested in that, I don't know really what to expect. I just Lee and Lenore are the hosts, and we give stuff to a lot of different things, really. Vinny, not into Japan, huh? I don't know. I think that it's, for me, when I think about Japan, I think of such a deep and rich culture where things happen much slower in general, but the speed is not what it is, what I think most about. It's more of like the patience that is there. There's a set of calligraphy pens that are in Japan that I think are really cool, and let's see. I guess I have a pretty good appreciation for their culture, really. And I think it's important to slow down and reflect sometimes, I'm a celebrity now? Yeah. Oh, man. Yes. Oh, man, I don't have anything. I can't pinpoint one thing that would be a good response to that, but just know that I have a few responses to that. I just don't know which one I would like best. But it's fun. But hopefully, you know, it helps them out too. I don't know if it will, but it might. But yeah, there's, I don't know. I guess I like a lot of different type of things. Japan's been one of those consistent things for me. I think about. Like, I'd love to also go to one of the studios where they make fountain pens in the traditional way, with the like their own metal tools, where they do thread chasing to actually carve out the threads that they're going to end up using. I mean, it's not hugely different as far as mechanically what's happening with a die, but well, a tap and die set, but I just think it'd be cool. And it is also kind of weird that you say that too, Brian, because we did have a couple interviews over the past couple weeks, which is also, that's pretty cool. Oh, also, well, I've been having my children write in cursive quite a bit. So initially we were starting with like the alphabet, and then they were writing like full-on sentences for a little while, and then we had to change it back up because I gave them like a pop quiz on writing every letter of the alphabet, and some of the letters they couldn't remember, and so right now they're on a I guess a little bit of a program sort of improving their handwriting. So every day they come home from school, they know that they have to write the alphabet 3 times, and then they just have to write a little reflection of how their day was in cursive. So it's not like super crazy. Schools aren't teaching cursive, not the way that they used to, that's for sure. They did go over the alphabet, but there's not a reason really, I suppose, for them to have that or be able to implement it. And so, no, I would say generally no, they're not. Like they show it, and then they probably work on it for maybe like one of the partial days, and then they and then that's it. So but yeah, that's really about it. And then I should be doing the same, by the way. My handwriting is not good, but I mean, if you've ever seen my TikToks or Instagram reels, you'll see my cursive. Leaves a lot to be desired, I suppose. But yeah, sometimes, I mean, it's just back to the basics. Your writing can be nice with an italic nib if you concentrate. I hear ya. Fountain pens do have a funny way of making your handwriting nicer. I'm not saying nice, but nicer than normal. But yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think it's fun. And I think that there are so many other aspects to having the there's so much more to it than just being able to write the letters, you know. At least the way that I talk to my children about it. It's not just about writing the letters. It's like being patient and working on them and being able to have the patience, and then being able to like identify different areas where, or different letters specifically, I suppose, that you know, need some work here and there. And then once they get comfortable with that, then they'll be able to like put their own flair. But foundationally, I think that they should know cursive, and then be able to kind of make it, you know, a little bit more their own style. But you know, first things first, and then that'll be kind of the progression that I'll be shooting for them. What am I cutting out? Great question. These are these are barrels of a regular. These are going to be Marauders and Guardians. So these are the barrels for that. The next step for these is to trim them down. So trimming them down will have them look more like this, where there's a you can see the outer part of the blank here. Let's see. But yeah, I'll have the vacuum on for that. Let's see. The other thing that I've got to do right quick before I get to that point is I got to do one more. And this one will actually end up being my mandrel. Or, yeah, my mandrel for the other sections that I need to complete. Because as of now, they're only drilled and done on one side. I have to flip them around and do the other side. And because this lathe is the way that it is, and the blank is the way that it is, it makes it really nice and simple for that. Stubs turned 45 degrees to the left are the best. Have you had custom grinds on any of your nibs before? That's also another rabbit hole. Some of the geometry of the nibs that nibmeisters can achieve is pretty awesome. You can get like a CSI or a cursive smooth italic on, you know, a fine or a medium or a broad or a 1/5 or a 1/1. You can do it on any size, and it's pretty neat. So I think if anything, that would probably be the next after pin making. That would probably be one of the next things that I would think about in a serious way, I suppose. It's a yeah. You like to buy pins with stubs so you can have them ground right on. I've asked the question: do the nibmeisters have a preference of what size that you start with? And they don't really have a preference of what size that you start with. But if you were going for something, like if I was trying to get an extra fine ground to something, it would be better to start with a fine or a medium. Well, I guess easier on them. That is, if you wanted to do that. I'm hitting the face with some stuff. Yeah. But yes, I actually okay. You start with broad, then you end up around medium to medium broad. Nice. I'm a fan of the fine, extra fine, but on the other hand, I like the shimmer inks, which they don't go together really well. But I like writing pretty small, and one of my favorite grinds actually is from Kirk Spear. I had him do a tetanus. Yeah, that's his smallest grind that he does, and it's like needlepoint. I showed it before. You can write. I think I wrote A through G on one of the grid squares of regular like fountain pen type of paper. You can write really small with that, but you need a pretty thin ink in order to also use that. So it is a bit of a trade-off in that regard. All right, so like I said, this is a mandrel now that I'm going to use, and then I'll finish it up to be a barrel eventually. Alrighty, so these sections that I'm going to be doing first are going to be 17. All right, let's see. Some of these things I don't want a template for. So 20 mil. Okay, so I did like the 20 millimeter. The reason I guess I'll show you right quick. So one of the reasons you can't go too much smaller is because, well, I don't want to go smaller, we'll say. You can go small as you want. You can just have this in there if you really wanted to. But the reason I like this section to be at least that is because that's the size of the converter. Let me get this a little closer. So that's about the size of the shoulder of the converter to the back side here. Of the converter. What am I saying? The nib housing. So the nib housing, I like that it goes the full length of the nib housing. And then this backside here has enough support on the inside to actually hold the converter in place. That's why I kept saying converter, is because that was the purpose of it being that size. I have made ones that are about 15 millimeters, but in order to achieve that, I would need a nice long smooth section here, and then the threads even further back. So it's not out of the question, it's just for that reason is why I do that. So 20 millimeter is the size. Ben, what's up, man? How you doing? Let's see. You sleep less tonight thinking about what to do with the blank I sent? Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, I didn't want to cause any sleepless nights, my friend. I mean, is that a good pressure or a bad pressure? I'm not here to pressure you in either way, but, you know, creativity-wise, I suppose, could be fun to... Could be good to have a little bit of pressure, I suppose. It just reminded me of a joke that I had from a little while back. Like, I had a notebook that I didn't know what I was going to do with it, and when I get notebooks or journals sometimes, I'm like, I don't know, or I don't want to write in it until I know what I'm going to do with it. And so it was just fitting to use that particular joke of, you know, I contemplated all night, all night of what I was going to do with this journal, and then it dawned on me. Let's see. Problem is sometimes the best idea can take years. Yeah, man. That's why. Yeah, you're right. You were right about that. Because you don't know exactly how you want to do it, or you have some ideas in mind, and then you're like, well, how am I going to approach this, or how am I going to do this, or I hear you, man. But fortunately, we don't need it back in any expedient manner. we're not We're not in a hurry to get it back. Just whenever you do whatever it is, or if it doesn't turn into anything too, man. That's the other thing. Because I know it could just fall apart. Trust me, I know. But I haven't looked around and been like, huh, I wonder when Ben's gonna get that back to me. I don't know if that helps or not, but hey, what's up, Mike? Hey, you had your show, right? Saturday coming. Gotcha. Well, heck yeah, man. What are you doing here? Get to work. I'm just kidding. How is it going? You come up with a story for that that idea that we talked about? I've been thinking about that, man, and I hope that you come up with something good. Because it is a good idea. I don't want you to think otherwise, but I think it's got to have a story. Had fun today with the traditional tools? Heck yeah. Oh, Ben, I got a grinder. You're gonna have to teach me how to grind my bowl gouge, or yeah. Fortunately, the SKU is pretty straightforward. But I did get my grinder set up on the bench. That way I can actually use it for the wood pieces. Stress out the man of the moment is in chat. Heck yeah. That's what Ben does, you know. He's one of those people you want on your side, that's for sure. Okay, here's another thing. When the shoulder, oh, I can take this out, but one of the things that drive me nuts is when I see the nib housing sticking out. Now, it's probably just me, but if I see it sticking out, I think something's got to happen with it, because it should just be nice and flush. Like that's flat and flush. I don't like seeing it stick out, but I know that some people have it like this, where it sticks out the end of the section, and I wonder if it's partially because the way that they drilled it, or sanded it, I mean, they actually pinched it back closed and then didn't bother to open it back up. But that affects the internal length that needs to be out. But, you know, I guess that's just one of those little things that, you know, the beauty's in the details, I think. For some things. Some things are just beautiful the way that they are. But yeah, anyway, one section done. Let's see. It drives you crazy, Vinny? Like, dude, cut it. Just cut it a little deeper. That's it. Open it up a little bit. You'll be all right. But hey, you know what? To each their own, you know. It's just for me, if I see that, I'm going to want to go back and, I was going to say fix it, but, you know, if they did it intentionally, I'd want to go back and modify it, we'll say. Gonna go look at microphones? Man. Is mine alright? Or is mine awesome and you're like, man, I want to sound like that too? Let's see. Down the rabbit hole, shoot you a message tomorrow. The rough and gouge problem. Got a problem with the setup? Oh, your rough and gouge? Yeah, I think, oh. Ever since I got that shine from the skew on some of those, like, on some of these pieces, man, I've shown this one quite a few times, but this is straight off the tool, off the skew, and I'm not really good at the skew, but man, that's exciting to think that, whew, that's, you could be consistently doing that. Pretty crazy. You're just working, not happy with the quality. That's a bummer. That's got to be frustrating. So good luck on your research, man. And then if you find something, let me know. Christmas is around the corner. I might ask for it for Christmas. Your grinder's set up. You don't think it'll fit. You just started bolt gouge today, but skew is way down the track. Huh. I guess I'm thinking a little opposite because of, well, I guess the reason being that is because most of my turning is spindle work, and you know, when I'm turning wood, I want a nice smooth. You did get a new carbide hollowing tool. Oh, is that the hollowing tool? That's the J one, right? The hooked one. The bowl gouge, I still can't make my brain under. You know, the other thing too, Ben, if you're still here, when I started messing around with the skew a whole lot, like I was cranking out, like all these I did with the skew. So I was getting a lot of practice in, and then I went back to my carbide, and it was like, oh man, now I got to retrain my brain the other way. So. It is quite a different tool, we'll say, but I do like it. I like the skew a whole lot. It makes it even more appealing to me that there's a lot of people that are less inclined to want to use it. I guess I'm weird like that. Or that's the stubbornness. Something like that. Hmm? Boom. So I'm having used the carbide and running the bevel on the carbide, moving. Well, I could also understand that one, but I pretty much never use the bevel of the carbide. The way that I turn, I don't usually make contact like that. And that was not a clean line right there. There we go. I don't know if I'll get to any shaping today. Goodness. Lofty goals, I suppose. Self-taught and watching the video of carbide tools you buy shows you how to ride the bevel for better cuts. Yeah, I mean, if that's how you're comfortable doing it, I wouldn't change. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily do a whole lot of changing if that's not something that you even want to focus on at the time. Because if you're doing it and you're getting the results that you want, you know. All right, man. Enjoy those fajitas. You know, I probably should go eat something too. Yeah, well, we got time. That sounds good, man. Enjoy. See you around. The first you've eaten today so far? All right. You gotta go feed the machine, you know. We went out to breakfast this morning, actually. Oh, I put it over there for my convenience. Forgot it was there. Just a little bit off the top. The resin blank is threaded male and screwed into the chuck. No. So basically I just made another barrel. So this piece that's in here right now will end up like this one. And this is a barrel to this pin in the making. So that's essentially what it is on the end once I finish that one. But I use this as a mandrel because it's guaranteed centered every time. And the way that I prepare the blanks, I needed it to be centered. Yeah. So I just kind of made a a mandrel instead of using like a standard one, which I do have, by the way. I do have one, and I've also made them out of brass, but this guarantees it to be right every time. Yes, it is the section. So the section threads, you got to remember, don't even engage until towards back here. But yeah, it goes pretty deep into it. So it's like the threads don't start until probably a good 15, 14 or so. And then I go just a little bit past it because this is a bit of a starter tap. So that's why it goes in a little deeper, because the threads are the main threads that are cutting don't run the whole length of the tap because it's a starter tap. Some of the taps that you can use are also bottom taps, and then there's an intermediate. So this one, I'll show you the difference, a little bit of the difference here. So this is more of an intermediate tap, where about here, or somewhere about here, is where it actually starts to engage the threads. And then this one's a starter tap, so it's kind of swept back even further, so the cutting threads don't start until a little bit further back. So as far as engaging wise, this is what it looks like thereabouts of when it starts engaging, which is about this mark here. And then the bottom tap looks similar to this one, except there won't be any like bevel at all. It'll just be the cutting threads the whole time. So that's a good question. And there's different reasons why you'd use different ones. Yeah. Sorry, I try to be very thorough in my answers. Wait a second. I didn't test fit. Beautimus. Beautimus. But yeah, I don't think I have a bottom tap. Those are pretty specific. It's like when you're doing like the very bottom of something. I mean, the name kind of says it all, but yeah. You only have like a tiny bit of room to get some threads in there, so you need it to like immediately start cutting the threads. Yeah. Okay, these are the same. Those are good. Mm-hmm. You know, I guess, so it's interesting because the male threads of the section, these the male threads are on the section and then the female threads are on the barrel. But once I finish the barrel, it'll also be male. So right now it's just female, but it'll be both female and male threads. I hadn't thought about it like that. But yeah. But really, this is just I guess it's easiest to think about this as just a hole. The other thing that I use for it is this. So this is another mandrel essentially that I use for the threads. And this one's about the diameter that I go for the sections. So it ends up being just a female, this part. So you're using the barrel as a mandrel. Yes, I am using this particular barrel because this one's not going to end up being, well, this probably will end up being like a Frankenstein pen because the section had gold flakes where I was cutting the threads and it broke the tenon. I think that makes sense. That made sense, didn't it? I hadn't really thought about it like that. But yeah. Yep. I guess it's kind of like one of those little cheater ways to do it. I mean, I'm not like actually cheating. There's no cheating really on it. It's just finding other ways to go about doing it. I could have used any barrel for this particular thing because they're all cut with the they're all tapped with the M10 by 1. Which I prefer over the 0.75. But I know that there are some makers out there that like the 0.75 versions of the taps and dies. The connectors, we'll say. The threaded connections. But the reason I do it is because it guarantees. I grabbed it in the chuck, so, and then I drilled it, so I know that those centers are going to line up the same every time. And then this being a single start thread is the other reason I know it's going to be like that. I can show you triple lead, which I do for the cap and barrel connector or connection point. In the triple lead, although very slight, it'll be slight deviation because it's got 3 different starting positions. Therefore, it's got 3 different, I guess, finishing positions as well. Now, it should be perfectly concentric, but there's always that little bit of error, I suppose. But this eliminates some of those problems. So it's just, you know, one of those refinement processes, because I used to just take the section and then flip it around and then do the other side. And you can do that if you first trim it round. But that's not what I did or how I did it. because it would take significantly longer for me to trim all of these down to be perfectly straight and flat. And that was one of the big hurdles that I did a lot of trial and error figuring out. So I'm like, there's got to be a way to do this, and sure enough, that's, well, I don't know how other people do it. Yeah, but it's got to line up. Is ultimately the thing. And if it didn't, I wouldn't do it. Do you ever try to align features? Hey, that's a great question. Yes, sometimes. But again, with a triple lead, it'll only align one time. One of the 3 times, unless I used a single lead. So I guess one of the good examples is people that do, or makers that do like, where they have different flat surfaces on their, like, what's it, faceted pins. And unless they have the geometry like just right, it's going to be offset 2 of the ways of the 3 if they're using a triple lead, which is why some makers, they, for that particular type of thing, they would likely opt for a single lead, which makes it so every time you close it, it's going to be at the same spot, no matter what. And that's just how it works. But yeah. But there is a trade-off, right? For everything, there's a trade-off, and for the triple lead, you're able to reduce the amount of threads, increase the amount of grabbing points. So you got 3 grabbing points. It closes in 1/3 of the time, or 1/3 of the rotations. So with a single, if you had a single start and let's say it took 3 rotations to close it. If you had a triple lead of the same tenon length, and it was triple lead, it would take 1 rotation to close it. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, there are also quad starts. I don't know if there's much above that as far as pins go, because then you're kind of getting into some dangerous territory with cutting so many different lines, or guides, we'll call them, that it could eventually lead to not mistakes, but problems with closing it. Because if there's too many, there's possibility of a cross thread. Especially as resin, especially doing the resin threads, that is. Metal is a different story, though. It's confusing. Well, I did a pretty good illustration of it. Well, not illustration, a demonstration. Let's see if I can find that piece. Okay. All right, so I've got, this is a triple lead, this is a single. I'll show you. So I'm going to do a little mark right here. So this is our reference line. And when you're trying to make pins line up, you can also do this little technique. Let me make this a little darker, or on a lighter, no, we'll just leave it here. Just make it real dark here. All right. So both pins are closed. Both are closed. Now this one is a single start, and so it'll unscrew, and then no matter where you start, right, okay, so we're unscrewed, and then we go back, and then we screw it back on. It'll stop at the same point every time. And so that's the single lead. Now this one, we'll do a full 360 inspection right quick. So it only lines up one way. So this here, and I'm going to hold the cap. The cap isn't going to move. The barrel is going to move. So that is disconnected now. And then when I go to close it, you can see that the barrel doesn't line up. It's actually over here. So if I follow this backwards and then wait until it catches again, I'm just waiting for the click. There it is. And then I'll engage again. We're lined back up. And then the barrel will be on this side on this click. So I'm going to undo it. There it clicked. Now it's going to be on my thumb side there. Right there. So each time it'll be, well, the likelihood of it being the same is like a 33% chance. And we're back over here, and this last one should line back up. There we go, there's that click. And then we're back to the starting. Yeah, so I think that's one of the best ways to actually see the difference is by just doing just that, and then when you feel the click, then re-engage. You know, same thing with the double start, same thing with a quintuple start, and so on. But it is a trade-off. Making it line up only sometimes works. Ooh. Does the starts determine the revolutions to come loose? No. Oh, hold on. Yes. Sorry. The starts, so I thought you meant like the starting point, but no, like the single start, double start, triple, all those do determine when it's going to line up. So the pin that I always carry around is this one. This is one of my little, sorry, I'm way up high. Is this one right here. Now, this pin would line up like this. This would be it lined up. And I actually made it so the click right before, so it runs a little bit diagonal right here. I know where that click is. But once I close it all the way, sorry. It's the one right after. Bad demo. You're fired. There we go. So this one almost lines up. So it really is offset like this resin line right here this dark one should be right here if I wanted the blank to completely line up. One of the other variables too is the tenon size, because you have to factor in that the threads are a part of the barrel. So the blank is actually closer to like this, because you have to cut the tenon, you have to face it and all that stuff. So it ends up being closer to that. So if it was a very detailed one, blank, then you could match up, sort of, but you'd still run into a similar problem of it not perfect, even if it was perfectly lined. Like some of the diameter here is a little bit different because of how far away that the tenon makes it. Cat comes 1 point. Yeah. Yes. So that is one of those things that you do have control over. Although it is frustrating sometimes, because you can get it like right there, and then you do just a little bit more cutting, and then it's like way off, and then you've got to start all over again from a different side. So when you're trying to make them match up like that, I haven't done many of them, but when I do try to match them up, I take a little bit off the tenon, I take a little bit off the cap, and it's kind of like chasing your tail sometimes, because you're just cutting off a little bit at the time. And because they're also different diameters, that also has another tendon? No, I'm saying tenon, T-E-N-O-N. So this thing right here, this is called the tenon. This part right here that you thread, tenon. There, tenon. So when you cut that, because also when you do start cutting it to try and make it align, you have to consider the depths that you drill to each of those parts that you're modifying, to make sure that you're getting back to the point where everything fits inside. So sometimes you'll have to drill a little deeper in order to make everything fit how it originally is supposed to fit. But yeah, it gets cold. Yeah. Let's see, where are we? Where am I? Those are great questions. You wouldn't believe how many people have come in here over time since I've been streaming and don't ask questions like that. So those are very good questions. Nice. Oh, you're not holding me back from work. This is bonus stuff. I'm just out here enjoying myself. Well, enjoying streaming and the company, and yeah. I've already been far more productive than I anticipated being today, so don't feel bad about it. I appreciate you. These are great questions. Tendons. I don't think I could put them on Etsy if, well, I don't put them on Etsy anyway, but I don't think I could put them on Etsy anyway if I had tendons. Let's see. Looks like everything is batched by the part of the pin. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes. It just makes it easier, you know, having some things already set in place. It gets to a point where you can only make one so fast. But there's that like certain threshold, and I don't know exactly what number that is for me, but there is a certain point at which it won't matter how many you're making at one time, that you're not going to increase the speed of making or production, I guess. Hey, I'll never take my turning job. I hope not. I don't know how it would, but it'll probably think about how. What's up, dude? Hope you're doing all right, man. But yeah, I think, I know you didn't ask, but I'll tell you anyway. I think kind of the direction things are going, and this is just, you know, John thoughts really. I don't think that there will be many more levels of speed where people are trying to just do things as fast as possible. I think if anything, people are going to start slowing down more. So that's John's prediction. I think people will finally be like, you know what? I'm tired of trying to keep up with all these things. I'm tired of trying to do this and that and everything all at the same time, and it's just overwhelming. Yeah, I think that will end up being the direction. And so I think for that reason, fountain pens will be one of those things where you can really slow down, savor the moments that you have, and have just a deep appreciation and understanding of what you're writing. You know, when you write with intention and stuff like that. I certainly don't always write with a deep intention, but sometimes I just have a quiet place where I think about things and I just kind of reflect and appreciate, sort of, well, not to get all sentimental and stuff like that, but I do believe that that's the direction things will come back to. Because everybody's just trying to run so fast, and it's like, why don't you take a second and appreciate where you've come and the things that you've done, and I don't know. But then again, maybe it's just me being naive and not knowing what other angles there are. I don't know. I like to leave the door of possibility open there, but But I find turning quite therapeutic. And yeah. Old school analog. Yeah, I think that there's something really nice and satisfying about that. Like if looking good.
Thanks! Okay, so what do you want from Domino's? We're ordering now.
The usual.
Pepperoni?
Yeah.
What?
But yeah, I mean, I think about that sometimes. So I guess here's a little personal rant, I suppose. I don't usually rant like this, but I will. And for clarity's sake, it's don't care that people do it, but it just is what it is. But when people get into like making of things and then they automate some of the making of it, for example, using CNC type of stuff, you know, it goes back to me thinking like, well, how handmade is that? If I even bother to care in the first place or consider it, but I just think about it as far as people are taking, not just people, companies, big companies as well. They want to automate and then injection mold with their precious resins. And don't get me wrong, it's a great product. It's beautiful. You do it right the first time and then you just duplicate it every single time. But I think that kind of takes away eventually, or I guess over time, it takes away a little bit of the individuality of each one of them. Anyway, that was the extent of my rant. I hope it didn't sound too whiny. But CNC stuff, I appreciate it for what it is. Like, I'm glad that there are things that pump out machine screws. I'm glad that there are things that cut out my taps and dies. I'm glad of those things. But when it comes to things that are at a starting point of being custom, and then processes get more and more automated, it becomes less handmade and more like it's designed and manufactured. I digress. No, I have 3D printers too. That's not what I'm saying. If you were competing with somebody that was doing everything by hand, nice and slow and steady, and I say competing, but I don't actually mean like me versus you kind of thing. I mean more along the lines of we're in a similar market, right? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, and I believe that CNCs are absolutely great for that. So I don't want you to think that's what I think about CNCs in general. I don't. I like them for that very reason of being repeatable. Although when it comes to like something that is more mindful and thoughtful, considerate, and repeatable, with imperfections. So like a handmade custom pen, there's going to be deviations from that for sure. Like I could measure each of these and they would be slightly off. However, they'll be pretty darn close. Like I can tell the difference right here already, immediately. Ah. So we'll line these up here. So straight edge, well, you might not be able to tell, but it is, yeah, you can see it. You can see that this one here is slightly longer than this one by like such a minuscule amount. But, you know, it's the difference between of a 0.5 millimeter or less. And then it just kind of gives it, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I suck at being consistent. I guess that could also be true, right? Can't multiple things be true at the same time? That's it, Brian just unsubbed. No. I like things, I like that some things are incredibly consistent. Like, I don't want my weed whacker to be, it's got its artistic flair to it, or it's got Husqvarna's, you know, signature inconsistent thing on it. That's not what I'm saying. I want it like machined and consistent for some things, right? Your products have to be exact, but your pins are hand turned. Yeah. I mean, if you're getting anything that's like handmade, like if it is identical every single time, I would begin to wonder if it was actually handmade. That's just me though. But I do also have a 3D printer and 25 to 50,000 CNC. I mean, it doesn't take as long as you would think. Especially how fast some people are able to move it. So I mean, at a 25,000, and then you're selling each one at 200. You only have to sell 125 pins to pay for that. But that'll 125 pins. If you were in the business of making and selling pins, that's not that much volume if you think about it, you know? But I think that's probably the best way I can actually articulate that in a way that doesn't sound like I'm having a breakdown or a BF. My kids told me what a BF was. And it's not boyfriend. But, I don't know. And I think that that's also the other thing about it that's very interesting is that some people, they do want it the exact same every time. And I don't blame them for it. And I don't. Some people just like it the same every single time. I mean, when I go and I grab and I have some drinks of sorts, you know, some things, no, I just want it to be the same every time. I don't want it to be different. Like when I have a particular brew or I have a particular adult beverage of choice or a Coke. You don't want that creative input. You don't want that. You don't want to be blindsided by it, at least. So I hope I've made myself, you know, at least clear on my thoughts on that. But all of my pens will be slightly different. And that's just how I'm always going to be, most likely. Yeah, I don't know why I would change, because that's my favorite part of it, is the shaping. All right, let's see. Well, I guess. Oh, check these blanks out that came out of the pot the other day. Oh man, these look so cool. We just pulled these out of the pot the other day, or yesterday, I think. Yeah, these are awesome. Now on the other hand too, let me wrap that last part up. Just because it's handmade doesn't mean it should be junk either. That doesn't excuse you from that. Just so we're you know, yeah. If it's not good, it's just not going to be well received, I suppose. Let's see. Okay. I reckon yeah, I reckon that. Let's go ahead and finish this one up, and then I'll take it off. So if you are still here, stylophile, if that was, is that what you'd like to go by, stylophile? I'm going to be making this actually into the barrel the rest of the way now. And thank you, thank you. Abby does some blanks that just really stand out to me every once in a while. And then, you know, other ones, it's like, is this what you meant for it to look like? She's like, yeah. All right, let's do it. Because, you know, the beauty of variety is just that it's variety. It's the spice of life, they say. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't pop this one out, because if I were to take this blank out and then try to do what I just did, it would be offset. It would not be concentric. Brian's usually there for me on that one, but I remembered it that time. When you learned to turn pens, did you use blanks that were inexpensive or waste blanks to learn on? I think the best way to put it is Abby and I, we were both learning at the same time. So I had practice blanks pretty much the whole time. So when she was learning how to make resin blanks, I was also learning how to do things as well. And I'd use little pieces at the time because I didn't I didn't need to use the whole thing just to practice a tenon. I didn't need to use the whole blank for, you know, different components. So I would try to stretch them as far as I could, because I didn't like the idea of wasting a whole lot. But yeah, that's another great question. Oh, sorry that I'm blowing into your ear like that. But yeah, I'll never forget the first time I ever turned. I've told this story a couple times, but you know, I had finally gotten my process down to where I was satisfied with the outcome, which took quite a while. But somebody, a client at the time, was like, "Hey, have you ever turned this before?" I said, "No, I have not ever turned the Operex before." And she wanted to send me a blank, and I said, "I've never turned this before. I don't know if you will end up with anything." She's like, "That's okay." I said, "What?" "Oh, all right." So that was the first time I ever worked with that material, and I got to say it was a bit chippy, but on the other hand, it wasn't. Well, it was hard on the tools too. It's weird. It's a weird type of material because it's like, on one hand, it can be a little chippy on fine things, but on the other hand, it's like really hard when you're trying to turn it at the same time. I don't know if there's really. I mean, micarta is hard to turn, but it's a different kind of hard. But yeah. Uh, did I curse Operex when I first started? No, no. Um, I was really nervous. I'm not gonna lie. I was really nervous because the person sent me a blank that I could essentially get four. Um, I could get four about 5-inch blocks out of it, and I need two of those blocks to make a full pin. So each pin would take two of those blanks, and I'd never worked with a material before, and I told her that, you know, it might end up being nothing. So as long as you're okay knowing that it might end up being an experiment, then I will do it for you. And sure enough, she was like, "All right, let's do it." And so that's what ended up happening. I turned it. It worked out. Yeah, I was really happy how it ended up. It ended up looking really good because it's so hard too. It takes a really nice shine and clean surface. So I guess on the finishing aspect, it's more like the acrylic material. You can get Alumilite really nice and shiny, but you can't get it to like acrylic. Yeah, it's not that hard. But you know, with any material, there's always a trade-off. Yeah, I I, I think that you said it quite well there. Um, yeah, I was very fortunate to have that opportunity. Like, I guess to kind of put this in a numbers frame, a frame of reference for people that don't know the cost of Operex. The material that she sent me was a block that was about 2 inches by 4.5, 4 3/4 or so by 2. So I was able to essentially get 4 regular square pin blanks out of it. Um, and that itself was in vicinity of $300 to $350 just for the blanks. So I had only been working on, you know, some of Abby's best blanks that she had made. And so I didn't really have a guilty conscience when it came to that. I mean, a little bit, right? Because I don't make stuff intending for it to fail, but it just happens sometimes. But yeah, I guess for people to kind of appreciate that story a bit more, they would have to know the cost of Oporex. It's a lab-grown opal suspended in like a media or something, and yeah, it ends up being about $50 or so a blank. Hey, Wilfred, how you doing? But it's not my favorite material to work with, that's for sure. Alumilite still is my favorite. It's because it threads really nicely, it turns nicely, it takes a really good shine as well. So all those things combined, it makes it a pretty nice experience. People will probably try to start with like acrylic or something thinking it's going to be the same, but it's not. It's a different type of resin. And when I try to do the drilling on acrylic, I do the same type of drilling setup like that you just watched me do for a while. I'll do the same thing on acrylic, and it'll actually open up significantly more. So you have to keep it a lot cooler. Yeah, this is actually one of the projects I was working on for Abby. She wanted one of these, and threading it, it's not horrible, but it did take more patience, I would say, and more consideration of temperature. Yeah, about 350 for the Oporex block. I still think one of my favorite pins that I ever made was the one for Abby. Like, I made her a pin, Abby's birthday pin. I don't know if I made it into a video or not, but I tried to use as many materials as I could that were not hers. And I don't have any of her material on there, but yeah, it was pretty fun. Hey, right on, Vinny. Happy Thanksgiving, sir. I probably won't stream until post-Thanksgiving. So just throwing that out there. Hope you have a good one as well. Enjoy your family time. But yeah. Let's get Abby out here with her birthday pin right quick, and then I'll kind of wrap it up. Because I got another live. Oh, how about that? There'll be another live coming up here in a little bit. But yeah, I won't go any further with these for now. But if you were just now showing up and end up watching something again, this is what it was that I was working on here. So this is the, ooh, yeah. So this is the design, right, that we were going for. So this is the 20 mil section. This is a Joe number 6 nib. It has enough space for a full-size Schmidt style converter, and then it's got a cap that engages about this deep into the cap. There we go. All right, here you go. I was doing some chit-chatting. I got Abby
Okay,
here.
but I can't stay because I don't have shoes on.
I can't hear you. I've got my.
I can't
headphones on.
stay. I don't have shoes on.
Oh,
It's cold.
It's okay. You'll survive.
No, I'm just gonna stay here for a sec. What am I doing?
You're throwing your pen.
Oh, here's my pen. Ah! It was from my birthday.
What was that?
Was it last year? This year?
I don't know.
I think it was this year. Pretty sure it was this year. It's been a long year. But it is made out of boatite, which is like Fordite, but from boat painting. What?
Real intense.
They get my feet are cold. You get a couple minutes of intensity, and that's all you get from me for the moment. I'm trying to pack for Thanksgiving, but yeah. And okay, so the point of this birthday pen was John wanted to make it out of all of the materials that were cool that he had that I didn't make, because the majority of our fountain pens are from my blanks and my resin work. So this was fun because it's none of the pieces are anything that I make. So on the cap and the body, we have blue dragon scale Juma or lizard. I don't remember which one.
Switch the camera quick.
Where's the other cam? Is it this one?
It's right over top.
Okay, here we go. So, wrong way. We'll go back. So, boatite. It is sleeved with a black ebonite. So that's what's on the inside of the cap and body here, as well as the threads. This is a funky handmade ebonite from a guy named Anton on Instagram. It was a very, very expensive rod of ebonite. Shipping was like it was a lot. So, and it was earlier in the year before all the shipping things. And then we've got a tiny little sliver accent band of Operex, of one of the light blue Operexes. And then John got a CSI, a cursive smooth italic grind on this black nib. So, and then we put our, there we go, our logo finial on the top. So that's my birthday pen. Very special. Hi, Lauren. Hello. Let's see. Ebonite is cool. Never heard of the boatite. Yeah, it was a new material for us.
They call it maritime Fordite.
Maritime Fordite. All of those things have a bunch of different names depending on what the exact like maker is too. Because I've heard people, you know, G-Fight, etc., etc. It turned out really cool. We also tried some Surfite, which is a similar concept. However, whatever paint that they use in that, it was not as cool. This one is amazing though. We have a few sticks left of it, I think. And then obviously the sleeving process, which is not my part, it's John's part, is a whole other thing, because without it, this material wouldn't stand up to just being a pen by itself. It wouldn't want to do that.
You got a few blanks.
Oh yeah.
It's weird because it looks a little chalky.
It's very chalky feeling. However, it finished fine. I did do a CA finish on it because with paint and stuff like this, I don't know if you can tell, but there's a bubble or a hole right there. And so throughout, it did have a few bubbles. Okay. So these are the ends of these ones that are taped together. But we got those from somebody on Facebook, I think, who has some of the more interesting materials. But there are a few places on here that I had to fill. So you can see some of the tiny little speckles here and there. A lot of those were little pinholes in the material. So I did do a CA finish on this one. So yeah, cool material. It's my favorite pen. However, this is the very first grind that I tried ever. John brought it back. He went to Atlanta, not to sell, but just to go. And he took my pen and got Kirk from Pen Realm to do the grind on it. And he just picked one because we didn't know. And then I got my first architect grind, which I actually stole from John. It was on, was it on that niblet? What was the first architect grind on? I think so. I immediately went to Kirk and brought like all of the nibs that I had in all my pens and was like, so now I have an extra fine, a fine, a medium, and a broad architect. I'm pretty sure, or maybe I don't have a broad. Is it Gerald? Yeah, that's Gerald. Yeah. I am loving the round nose cursive italic from Kirk. I haven't tried that one. Well, maybe I did. I'll be honest. I actually sat there on one of the mornings in Orlando because his table was super close to ours. And we love Kirk. I've enjoyed all of the time that I've gotten to with him. He is wild. He's a very interesting guy. His wife's really nice. His son's really nice. I joked with him because I was like, oh my God, your son's you with hair. But Kirk's awesome. And I sat there and I wrote with every single one of his, tester pens that he has there that have all of his grinds on them. But he does other stuff too that's not there. Anyways, so I might switch one of my other pens to put an architect in here, or because I love this pen, but I love an architect nib more. I guess the way that I write, because the CSI is like opposite, right? Its stroke is the opposite thickness of how the architect is. So it's like literally the opposite.
The architect's got 3 different surfaces, I'm pretty sure, to write on.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact, but I'd like to learn a little bit.
I'm not a good match
No. No, and here's the thing. If we did learn, it would literally just to be like to do our own pens, because I do not want to sit there at a show and grind. Good for him, but that's not me for sure.
It's hard to talk to people when you're doing that.
A diamond grind. Cool. Yeah, I'll have to bother him the next time we're at like a show. I think he'll be in at the California Pen Show that I'm going to be at in February. So
cool.
I'll go bother him a little bit some too. As I do. I think they all just kind of put up with me.
Get me a pen.
Get you a pen?
Yeah, and get a diamond grind on it.
Okay. I'll keep my eye out for something really cool. This is our problem with pen shows. Now, I didn't do it in San Francisco because I like that corner that me and Bart were in. We barely got up. We got to go to the bathroom. I barely got to walk around. I went to Rickshaw and talked to Mark a little bit, but other than that, we were stuck in that corner. So I didn't actually do very much shopping at all. Go me. But both his problem and my problem is that we go to shows and we also want to like go shop around. So selling our pins at our show also feeds our own pin habit.
There you go. Now you're 12.
But it's like an architect with a verse sign architect. Ooh, cool. Yeah. Again, I'll have to bother Kurt so he can show me and teach me his ways. He might.
I did get a cursive sharp italic one time. And that was scratchy.
Yes. Yeah, but I think
cutting into the paper.
It was so sharp that it like cut the paper up. It kind of has to be a broad, it feels a medium for an architect. That's really cool. That sounds like a super useful grind to have on a pen when you want to be switching like the how broad it is. I keep a whole bunch of my pens inked on my desk. I got like one of those cool little blocks that I have a lot of them. That is one of the side effects of being part of a pen making company and married to a pen maker. Sometimes they just they don't go in the shop. They end up in my pile, or I get the ones that have imperfections, quote unquote. So we're pretty particular as far as like the quality that comes out. So there's definitely I may or may not have a like pile of pens that didn't quite meet up to that. But yeah. We ordered pizza. Pizza is here. Time this year. Okay, well then that makes sense of why I probably didn't see it. Because the last show we did was in Orlando this year in September.
I wonder if I inspired that. Is it an extra fine?
No, he said it has to be broad, and then it's a medium for an architect.
Oh, sorry.
He didn't read the comment above.
I didn't read that.
But yeah. I don't know even what happened in this whole stream. I literally just came down here to show my my birthday pen that I hope you guys have fun with, John. We're
I
gonna.
said it was one of my magnum opus die. Opie? What's the plural of magnum opus?
I don't think there is. But anyway, it's a cool pen. It is the first like really funky. Lots of work went into it. I think you did a video on it, didn't you?
I recorded everything, and I did most of it live, but I haven't.
You didn't ever go up.
I don't think.
That's okay. I thought maybe you did. Maybe not. We did do the one from whirlwind though. That was also a fancy pen. Thank you. We will. Kids Pick Pizza. We're going out of town tomorrow to go up to the mountains to see my family for Thanksgiving. So I'm not cooking, and I'm excited. I've got my part of Thanksgiving made and frozen.
The recycling bin.
Crashed.
But appreciate you hanging out and had a good time. Got some good productivity going on and everything. Thanks a lot. Certainly appreciate all y'all being here.
We'll see you after the holidays.
And we'll be back after the holidays.
Bye.
Have a good night. A good time with your family.